fields of Elysium.
Sorry about the delay. I made the mistake of lying down and closing my eyes briefly, and not setting an alarm.
The rare. Luxuriantly? Really? That's a lot of coin. Bright swords. That eyeball, is that him? Damn it, one's come back. It's Hermes.
What's going on there, cuz? Can I call you cuz? Got something here for you. Should make your battles to the death end that much quicker.
I do like battles to the death.
Now here goes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was leaning towards hammer. Yeah, let's do that. Extraordinarily quickly, Rama. Someone gives me some workplace gossip, and I immediately fire them. Any questions? It's one of those things that's like, oh, thank you for your concern. You're fired. Yeah.
My weapon's hidden talents.
Good, let's try it.
There, that's it.
I mean, honestly. Yeah, no warning. You're just fired. Did you hear? Uh-huh. You're fired. What? More. Excuse me.
Looks like I've got a choice to make.
Wisely decided, cousin.
It's okay, Morganite.
I can take a chance. Ask anybody. But when it comes to competition here, it's not a laughing matter. Do you understand me, man?
Don't take it personally, Dionysus.
Honestly, I think Dionysus is my favorite ability so far, by a huge margin. Ares is a distant second, for a bit of perspective. Everyone else... Actually, honestly, I'd probably put Athena as third. If I had to pick. Hey, Unix. Happy sharks. Sharks are always happy. Should be. As a character?
It's regenerating.
Question. Character.
You know, Zach, you are not so bad. Just had a little lapse in judgment. Happens to me all the time. Now let's get on with it.
Yes, please. Dear God. Yes.
Too tempting of a trade.
I actually don't know which attempt this is, but I can find out after I die in a minute. So, hey, now I'm absolutely going for the pomegranate. Now that I have poison, something worth upgrading. Oh, man. Oh, man. Thank you, Ojunix. And I will put that towards Persona 4. You got it. So, you'll notice I haven't given out any pluses or minuses yet. No shark hugs. Okay, tell you what. Dive is temporarily hanging out here. Just this once, you get a dive hug. Like, disentangle. There we go. Hi, dive. I don't actually have anywhere to put you, really. You know what? I'm not using any of this stuff right now. You go right there. Have you never seen Dive, Evo? You've probably seen Sea Star, because they swapped places. Sea Star is right here right now. And has swapped with Dive. They're both very cute. Did I take a pain pill? Have you seen me take a pain pill today? And by today, I mean in the last, like, 20 minutes. Because I can't remember if I did or not. And for obvious reasons, you don't want to double up on those. Okay, so I don't feel like I did. I don't feel like I did. I could use the real pain pills, but I don't want to use those. Those are awful. Correct. Sea Star was named by my most amazing of nieces. Until I could... God, I can't talk today. Until I feel like I'm satisfied reviewing it, the way I'm approaching this is pretty much the exact same way I approach it. This is good. Gary asked a good question. The way I approach reviews like this is for games... No, I'm down tonight, Gary. I'm a little out of it, if you can't tell, because I'm still recovering. I don't know if I told you, actually, because I haven't interacted with you since, like, last Thursday, but tooth dealt with recovering. But I am down. But like a 4X game, right? Or a game like RimWorld, or a game like Surviving Mars. Any game that doesn't actually have an end, what I usually do is I sit down and I try to cover as much of the content as I possibly can. Try out builds, try out strategies, try out different sides, try out scenarios, you know, whatever is applicable. in order to feel like I personally feel satisfied covering the game. Once I have reached that point, that's when I'm good. So, a lot of people have asked, how do you review a roguelike? That's exactly how. I will reach a point, I guarantee you, when I'll be like, yeah, I'm good. And that'll be the point at which we cut it off. We, in order to see more of the content we may cheat, what I tend to do is I tend to put that afterwards. We did that with Hollow Knight, if you remember. So with Hollow Knight, we actually beat the game in 10% without cheats. Yes, I am proud of doing that. Thank you for asking me. But I wanted to show off some of the optional stuff that we weren't doing, all the really grindy stuff that was just unfeasible. So I went ahead and just mega maxed some cheating, and I was like, all right, let's show off some of the other content so that people could see it. So we might see something like that in this one. I don't know. We'll see. But here's where my mind's at on this game. I am not enjoying myself. Let me just start with that, okay? But I've spent almost, like, all my waking time during the lunch break trying to process why. Because I'm in that situation where it's really easy to see everything the game is doing right. If you look at the document, you'll notice there's a paragraph there of potential positives I've just been sitting on. Because it's like, yeah, no, there's a ton the game's doing correctly. And honestly, there's only 3 things I've been able to point to that the game's doing wrong. And I feel like what's really pushing this down for me is I feel like it's the same general problem I have with FTL. I could be wrong about that, of course, because I'm only so far into it. But of course, by the same token, I'm over 5 hours into this game. You know what I mean? If I can't judge a game within 5 hours, it's just, you can even judge an MMO within 5 hours. You kidding me? So to explain that a little bit, how many of you played FTL? Which is a rogue, it's actually kind of an in-between, but it's a roguelike. You don't really carry any progression over between runs. Now FTL, you're probably thinking, Lore, are you going to bash FTL? No, because FTL is actually a brilliant game that, honestly, I would kill for an FTL too. Because I think that an FTL with like some polish and a few changes and some more features and some more things would be awesome. But unfortunately that hasn't happened, so whatever. But anyways, point being, FTL is a game that is a little bit too padded. I know you hear me use that phrase a lot, but it's true. It is a game that you can... It literally takes over an hour, sometimes more than that, in order to do a single run. And that tends to drag the entire experience down. Especially given the fact that you can be screwed over for literally no fault of your own, through no execution failure. Just, whoops, the dice were wrong. Sucks to be you. And that's why I bring it up with regards to the early game of this game, because I feel like a lot of the early parts of this game are just too padded. It takes too long to kill things, enemies have too much health in general. It takes too long to restart, go back through the earlier stages, which there's no real even benefit for doing so other than the random benefits you get and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, the early part of the game, again, I'm focusing mostly on the early game focus here, excuse me, is just a little bit too long. I feel like they could have done either some kind of dynamic scaling or something else to try and make it so that the early parts of the game don't have this problem. Yeah, it's kind of gear treadmill-y. I actually agree with that, because I can already tell you that I've already gotten better within the last 5 hours, because I've been able to just kind of stomp Megara every time I get through her at this point, even when I'm doing something like using a shield or a bow, which I'm just trying out. Yeah, exactly. It's the long intro problem, and the problem here is every run, you start back at the beginning. And so it's like, well, okay. Now, there's ways to do this. There's ways to fix this. There's ways to improve this. They require careful thought, careful work, and careful effort. But they can be done. One of the things you could do, for example, is make it so that maybe one of the things you unlock after a certain point of progression is the ability to just kind of roll some dice and say, here's all your random grab bags from Tartarus. And then you're at Megara. Or even you skip Megara. And it's just, Okay, you're good, and you move forward. No need to keep redoing that section, because at a certain point you're like, huh? Or maybe you do a thing. See, I don't want you to not be depowered earlier, crit source. That's not really the issue I'm bringing up. Being weak is not the problem. The fact that it's taking too long is part of the problem. And the fact that you have to keep redoing it is part of the problem. Now, Blade Travel is correct. I tend to have issues with cyclical games in general, because I had the exact same problem. If you remember, I had the exact same criticism with Outer Wilds. At a certain point, it was like, ugh, okay, I have to do this and this and this and this and this and this and this. No spoilers. Again, just to get back to where I was. Now, maybe that's just my flaw, and maybe that's just my fault, but it's kind of the mentality I have. And it's a damn shame, because I do think they could resolve this in a couple of different manners. And yeah, 20xdx has ways to get around this too. In fact, I believe 30xdx does as well. I don't know what immersion has to do with anything, Roman Cure. Do you mind clarifying? Do I have issues with Majora's Mask? No, because Majora's Mask doesn't have this problem. Ignoring the fact that you can get an enormous amount done in your first cycle in Majora's Mask, there's also the fact that you don't lose that much progress, and there's very little repetition in Majora's Mask. Like, you start Majora's Mask and you do the, what is it, the Bombers Club side quest or whatever. You know, you pop the balloon and save the person and get the code, and you're done. You never have to do that quest again, right? You have the code. The game was designed to allow you to do things once in Majora's Mask. And that's kind of the critical point I'm trying to get to here. Even something like that, which was a time loop game, allowed you to not have to have repetition. Now, what's funny is, of all the complaints I have, the randomness of the boons and the drops and the everything else is actually not one of those complaints. In fact, I think it's fantastic, especially because of the fact that it kind of shoves you into, well, what do I got now? Like, you can't just decide a build. Now, on the one hand, that's kind of bad, because, you know, I'm really in favor of building, like, you know, deck building, Guild Wars 1, you get it. But on the other hand, it forces you to try stuff out, and I actually like that. It's one of the reasons I've been cool with, like, all right, let's try caster build, let's try running with the bow, let's try going through with the shield, let's try focusing entirely on our special this time around. I've been trying to vary it up and rolling with whatever the punches are, because I actually like that. That's not my issue here. I don't want to be clear about that. Although, then again, I suppose that makes sense, since the randomness is by definition changing the encounter, which is, of course, my core issue. So I'm just talking this all out because, like I said, I'm sitting here trying to figure out why I'm not enjoying myself, and it's like, what's wrong with me? This is obviously a very well-crafted game. It could have just been coffee, but usually I have a reason for why something is coffee. You know, I have a reason why it tastes bad, right? I'm actually really curious how mid-game and late-game are going to come out once I get to that point. Now, having said all of that, I am going to go ahead and give 1 negative to visual distinction. And I think I'm actually going to nuke this negative. I don't think I like that. But I am going to double up on this negative. So give me one moment. Here, let me get you some music. You last saved 12 minutes ago. Hang on, let's... Yeah, I did actually miss that. Visual distinction! Hey, there it is. Let's go here, because screw Aphrodite. No, not that way. There's no way to have the music and have it paused, is there? Nope, they're still running around. I was just gonna get you some music while I typed for a second. I also like the controls. I need to write that down. Someone remind me. I know in chat. Save it. Hey, lore, controls. I'll be like, okay.
How many now?
The controls are extraordinarily precise. And that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. There has not been a single moment I have felt out of control of what I'm doing.
Good enough to eat.
Yes, please upgrade my freaking hangover.
Got some zest.
Okay. So sorry, there's no music playing. I've actually tried both, Gary. I am settling on controller, even though that's going to cause me some issues, because it just feels so precise on the controller. Like I said, I feel like I have complete control over the game, which is exactly what I should feel. I think I would call PMD a roguelike, and I say that in such a way because I wasn't ignoring your question, Act. It's more like I had no idea how to answer your question. For the record, I did enjoy mouse and keyboard. There was no issues with this particular playstyle. In fact, honestly, for some builds, like say when I actually really start to get a caster build going, I might actually switch to mouse and keyboard because, well, being able to do this is a lot easier on the mouse. Oh my god, look at me for a second. Do you see how I'm, like, really leaning on that one foot? Check it out! Woo! Okay, anyways. Sorry. If you've never played a roguelike before, this is probably a really good one to start with, yes. If you don't like this, then there's a decent chance you don't like roguelikes, period. Yeah, no, PMD feels way more dungeon crawly than this, which I do distinguish. What's the name of that one game series? Of course I can't think of it. There's this one series of games that they had a lot of ones in the handhelds for a while there that are just pure dungeon crawl, and that's what PMD mostly reminded me of, with some awesome combat on top of that. I do not, Manson. I don't anticipate turning it on, either. What am I hearing? Oh, Chaos, the most evil person in the setting. Actually, here, let's go ahead and do the trial real quick here.
How bad could it be?
You dare?
I think I net positive
For
on
these
that.
so-called champions.
And my keep.
Just barely. Hi, Ivan Mistwalker. Chaos could go piss off right now. The evil one. So there's a question. Hermes or Athena? Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Good source. There's apparently a sandwich, which I completely missed. Oh, yep, there it is. I should see if I can get another sandwich while we're on the subject. Nope. No, okay, fine. We'll do Hermes. What do we got?
Great shields.
there, Zalog. But so far, no.
Why, thank you. Olympus, I accept this message.
If that was a bigger percentage, that would be much more worthwhile. But, yeah, all of that's kind of crap. That's just a minuscule increase there. It is an increase, but, I mean, that's it. Just the key? It is just the key. You're looking at it, Russ. As I say, getting 10 per chamber early on would have been awesome, but I anticipate this particular run's going to be ended pretty soon. Sorry, I should use different terminology. This particular sequence? I don't know. Not my run, the run. Or, nope, that doesn't work either. Attempt! There we go, that's a good word. Oh my god, suicide chariots. Yep, that's my life now.
Suffer.
Let's get some healing. Oh, thank god. Yeah, I heard him. In the background. Very hazardous. Yeah, I think I'll go with darkness. I'm actively saving for something on darkness, and I'm already running out of things to buy of worth on gems. Cosmetics are nice, but I'm still at the point of trying to speed up the early game, as I was literally just getting off my chest there. So, you know.
That one's rearming.
I didn't even see what hit me there. I legitimately did not see what hit me. Still don't see what hit me. Whatever. Oh, I see it now. It's Japanese. About the run ending any second now. Ignoring amount of damage from one room, and we're not even done yet. Yeah, we're done. Wow, just got murdered. Less, definitely less playthrough. And now we're back to the beginning again.
Hypnos must be on break.
You know, I was going to question why there's just gems in the walls, but it makes so much sense. We build the stuff out of gems. It's all logical. Where is Dusa? Dusa. There's no Dusa. I'm very sad.
What's the latest?
Cause of death. Infection. Yeah. I don't see a Dusa. Unless I'm even more blind than I already think I am, which would be pretty impressive, admittedly. Well, alright, whatever. I've got 2 anyways.
Hey, Meg. Look, I know you're just doing your job out there, and anyway, found this, thought of you and all that, so here.
I'll see to it this contraband is put away at once. Now, take your finder's fee and go about your business.
Thanks. Hey, what's that you're drinking, Meg? Anything good?
Whatever it is, it's weak. Enough to be mistaken for your blood.
Nice. Well, I'll just leave you to it then.
Leave me alone.
You got it. Stab. Oh, sorry. I guess it doesn't matter if I kill you. In fact, I guess the fact that we reconstitute after death answers me about what happens if you die here. You just come back, and it's like, well, that sucked.
Nix, do you know anything about a softly spoken gentle being under the guise of chaos? They approached me recently and offered me a boon of sorts.
Primordial chaos. Indeed, I know them well. They must have taken interest in your quest. I would advise that you beware their offerings, though know that chaos, whilst a trickster, is not a deceiver.
Lady, you have skulls for decoration.
I understand, I think.
And this is not Warhammer 40k.
Megarod tells me that you surpassed her well out there. How utterly embarrassing for her, to say the least.
I suppose you're going to punish her in some cruel fashion then?
Oh, I've already seen to that, of course. You think she volunteered to deal with you? Nobody did. That's how ignoble a task it is.
That's strangely comforting to know.
I mean, we could do that, but eh. I mean, eh. Okay, fine.
In the name of Hades, I commute our court musician sentencing effective now.
Oh, hello.
Ah, Orpheus.
Oh, hello, Zagreus. I understand you liberated me from my eternal punishment. And so I have returned to serve your father here. Thanks.
Why is your harp so ugly?
Orpheus, you're back. Look, don't get on Father's bad side like that and you're going to be fine. Besides, right now I think he's angry with me.
I grieve for you, my friend. But if you've come to ask me for a song, why, I'm afraid I must stand firm about my answer.
It's all right. Father can't make you sing if you don't want to.
Okay. Cool. I was gonna save, but sure, whatever.
Hereby authorizing this expenditure. And I look forward to seeing the result.
That shall be of no help to you, I'm sure.
Interesting.
Let's go with this assignment, contractor. My father surely would approve.
Keep it down.
Did you look at it, Evo?
It was bound to happen, really. Tartarus is gloomy enough without Orpheus in it. Achilles' codex. I'm getting somewhere with it.
Any luck last time? You're pretty quick, you know, boyo. Just be sure to use that fancy dash of yours and keep 'em guessing. Don't let 'em catch you standing still.
Dash like mad instead of standing still. That's not the worst advice, I guess.
Briefly, but yes, Roman cure. It's got skulls, Hazardous. Like, are you into skulls, Hazardous? Wait. I withdraw the question. I might as well make the attempt here that I never actually finished. I did see how the shield is highlighted, yes. It's going like... Yeah, I have a giant skull by my bed for some reason. And a bunch of skulls up in the wall. What is wrong with me? Jesus. Narrator. For some reason, he had a fixation on skulls. He even had one on his bookcase over here. And another couple over here. Why are there skulls everywhere? Yeah, are we the bad guys? Is that what's happening here?
One more time.
We're the bad guys, aren't we? That's an interesting thing to start with. I think that's all I'm willing to give right now. Everything else I want to sit on, so... Okay. What do we get?
Feels feels lighter than before. Wretches.
The one that bothers my eyes the least by far is actually the second one. The first one occasionally has this green mist thing, and several times now I've gone to double check to make sure my monitor is set up correctly. It feels like the visual is being dimmed, and that bothers my eyes. Elysium is much worse about that. Elysium actually hurts my eyes just being there. No, I didn't, Epic. Sorry. Where do you want to put all that? I didn't even see you were here. You're on the list. Sorry, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I suck. I'm the worst ever. There, I'm dead. Okay, so now that I'm dead, Kiwami 2, you got it. Yakuza Kiwami 2. Done. Thank you for getting a hold of me and making sure I responded. As always, if I don't respond, there's a pretty good chance I literally missed your message. Yeah, you see the screen dimming that kind of happens, especially like down here a little bit. And yeah, it just, like I said, it just bugs my eyes. The way my brain takes that is as if something is blocking my vision, or something is set wrong, you know? So I keep thinking something's wrong every time I see that. Yes, Nemesis. Zelda block will include Breath of the Wild. I don't have the full list in front of me. Actually, I do.
All set.
I wanted to finish that round first. Alright, so hang on. If you give me a second here, I'll tell you every Zelda game with a Zelda block. Just give me a second here. In order. Skyward Sword, Minish Cap, Four Swords Adventures, Link to the Past, Link Between Worlds, Awakening, Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages, 1, 2, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Breath of the Wild. Will not include Breath of the Wild 2 for reasons that are fairly self-evident. Zeus, or the most evil character in the entire game. Well, we've got a lot of health and it's early, so this could work out really well.
Oof. Yum.
You move in darkness, practically unseen, son of Hades. It is quite difficult even for me to sense your presence at times. The Olympians catch their glimpses now and then, but you are always in a shroud. Thus is the influence of Nyx.
I don't think I even saw Thanatos in this, so no. Alright. Money increase, dash strike, more damage, or more damage to undamaged foes. All three of those kind of suck, actually. So we'll go with the gold one, because that detriment doesn't exist. I'm not going to cast. So.
Do what you think is best.
And we can get some more booze in order to give to Dusa. I've been actually holding on to at least one. I don't know if you noticed that. To make sure I always have one for Dusa. And only giving other people one when I have 2 or more. I might actually start prioritizing those just to be able to, you know, push through the quests, so to speak. Whoops.
Who doesn't love this stuff?
I mean, I don't, but... But it? That's it, okay. Listen, Kronos, he's my main man, you know? He's got a cool name, and that's all I need to know. We all know that people with cool names are cool people. Like Sephiroth, that dude's legit. Unlike Sephiroth, that guy sucks. I'm close. I wanna get this one. Yeah, Lore Runner is a pretty dumb name, I admit. Easy to make fun of, though. That's my defense. I think Gary came up with the Floor Runner. of course, a lot of my viewers use the term... I shouldn't say a lot. Most of my detractors on YouTube use the term bore runner. And Metafru uses the term, you suck and I hate you. Which, I mean, doesn't rhyme, but, you know, it's cool. I'm with it, I'm with it. That's interesting. Yeah, can we stagger Chaos? And by stagger, excuse me, I mean stack. Thank you, Metafru. I do appreciate. I'm actually having a really crummy day, so I apologize for my over... I'm trying to snark. It's how I try to pull myself out of moods like this. Today's sucked so far. Chaos upgrades do stack. Screw it. Let's go talk to the evil one. And an Infernal Trove. Alright, so there's Poseidon or... I don't want either of those. So I will... It's partially teeth stuff. It's partially because I'm having trouble sleeping. It's partially because... lack of food gets to me more than it probably should because I've literally been starving in my life. I'm not looking for pity. You know, it's cool. That was years and years and years ago. But I've literally been starving. Medically starving more than once in my life. So when I can't really eat enough food, it tends to bother me. You know? And I can't eat food properly right now. So I'm just kind of like... So it's like this constant... on my mood. You know what I mean? And so I'm just sitting here going... Plus I had trouble sleeping and I got up in the middle of the night and I went up, washed my face, and my throat was hurting, so I used a very small amount of the mouthwash, and I did it all right, did all I was supposed to, and something happened, and I had this giant pain in my jaw, and I'm like, I started freaking out. Oh god, what happened? Did I hit the nerve? Did I break the frickin' seal on the clot? Oh god, I'm gonna die. This is it, I'm gonna die. Freak out. Couldn't get back to bed either, so I've actually been up for a while. Anyways, let me think. Think. Let's go Poseidon. We haven't done Poseidon in a while. Just for variety. Let's do it.
You and me.
Okay, it didn't work the way I thought it was going to. Up against the wall. Up against the wall. What do you got for me?
I heard you showed that good-for-nothing fury after all. I knew you'd handle that old crone nephew. If she troubles you again, you just remind her who's in charge down there.
What's the shield's special? That's the flaying, right? I'm gonna go with the dash. And the chaos! Chaos control!
In the name of Hades.
Oh my god! For the next 3 encounters, each time you attack, you get hit for 5, but afterwards you gain 4. I am not taking that. What else we got? Specials or more money? That's why we must control the chaos hazardous, obviously. We just strangle chaos until it dies, and then rise. No, I know, Epic. It's just... I mean, I'm never going to use special, so that's pointless. Screw it. Screw it. We're just gonna be dumb. It's gonna be extraordinarily... Oh my god, I'm trapped. There we go. We can still do that. Obviously, we're gonna go with the ambrosia, whatever the crap this is. I already said we're gonna prioritize that. I meant it. The good news is we just got the Poseidon Dash, otherwise I don't think this would even be really feasible. So, yay for that choice. Hi, Mini Zoinks, and hi, Kelvantel. Sorry I didn't say hi to either of you. Yeah, obviously we just spawned that trove. Are there any Vosses? No. Vases. Remind me to check my keepsakes next attempt, by the way, please. That's a health one. So we're at 15. Let's see if we can net positive on this, shall we? Booyaka.
There. Satisfied?
There we are.
Okay. The only time I got hit was when I stupidly ran into a trap myself. So, do I want more health, or do I want to upgrade the dash? And that's where I'm staring at this. Actually, I absolutely do have a structure in mind for Diablo 2. Considering how... So, what's probably going to happen is we're going to smash... we're going to do the story relatively slowly. You know what I could do? That's an interesting idea. That's a big upgrade. I think we'll do it. Let's upgrade the dash. Let's upgrade the dash. Lord knows I dash through enemies anyway, so this is kind of a passive upgrade of doom here. I do have the dash. Surfer Dude dash here. Two more rooms that I can't attack in. So,
Power of Olympus.
Oh. And...
Here we go again.
I thought I'd find you here.
Can I help you, Dad?
Okay.
Right. I don't have the triple right now, because this is a different attempt. Pay attention, Laura. Hi, Saber for Wife. Welcome to Hades.
Almost there.
Utterly
From
incompetent.
chaos has a new effect.
Was that it? Nope. Those are wrong, by the way. That needs to be swapped. Yep, nope, we're good. Okay.
What's for sale? Here then.
There's a question. Do you think I can take Meg this time? It's the only weapon I currently have access to that I haven't killed her with is the shield. As much as I love beating up my ex-girlfriend, you know.
That's better.
Hey, we haven't upped to the upgrade. Athena, no, we're gonna go with this. This. It's okay, she beats the crap out of me too, Blitterval. I feel like I should just get the health. Like, I don't have a lot of upgrades right now, but I don't think the way this works is that this can upgrade, you know, what I really want. I don't want his upgrade on this. Not really. So,
Always
yeah.
a pleasure, Charon.
Let's just stock up a little bit. What's up, Boa?
Hey, Charon. If there happens to be something really horrible awaiting me beyond that door, then give me a sign, won't you?
Thanks.
Great.
And because you're a person and I do have more than one.
Glad you like it, mate. Thank you for helping me out with your supply, even if you fleece me with those prices.
I do like poison. Where are we at with him? We're at nowhere with her.
Can't get rid of me, Meg.
I heard what happened. You crossed the river of flame. You really did it.
That Hydra was a total bastard, though. Bastards. But you sound practically impressed with me there, Meg. I feel so flattered.
You'll soon feel something else. I don't know how you did it, but it changes nothing.
Just this once. Never again. Dick move, by the way. From the game. Put it. Oh, I got her. Never mind. I thought that was me.
Got you.
Excellent, Space Cadet.
Blood of the Titans.
Which episode was that? Which survives, by the way? Before you say, it's today's episode. that doesn't help me much. Yeah, I'm a little bit bizarroed that she's still saying new stuff to us. We've killed her quite a few times.
Okay.
24 more rooms in order to rank that up. Is rank 3 the final rank?
Purge boons for coin. Up we go. Check. Ugh, this heat.
Yeah, this place sucks. Okay. I know the episode you're talking about. Although I don't recall anything with Scotty or Spock, but I believe you.
Inferno bombers. You want to go?
We're not liking that particular episode, which is funny because I've gotten a lot of comments from people saying, "You're dumb and stupid, Lore." Not even exaggerating on that one. So we've got key, darkness, or gems. Let's go with key, I think.
Phew.
I can't wait to hear all the new dialogue the Hydra has to say.
As well.
Remain exactly where you are. You waste my time.
That wasn't worth it at all. Well, we haven't met this dungeon's NPC yet, so let's go meet them.
Off we go. What? Singing? Here?
Come on in.
Okay. No thanks, I don't want to be copy-wronged. Seriously though.
Hey, you must be the Hades kid. How's it going then, Your Royal Majesty? Nice to meet you. I'm Eurydice. What brings a big, important guy like you up to a place like this?
Hi there. No need for formalities, I'm Zagreus. Just heading out on some official business, past the menacing Bone Hydra. Don't mean to be rude, though I'm in a bit of a rush.
Well, don't you have your hands full, hun? I'll let you go. But there's one rule in my place, which is nobody leaves here empty-handed. You got that? So take your pick. My treat.
Why do you have skeletons hiding their... Okay, whatever. Up to 2 random boons are upgraded to next rarity. Up to 4 random boons gain +1. Next 3 boons have upgraded rarity. Don't I only have... Yeah, I have 1 boon right now. So, leaning towards the nectar. In fact, yeah, let's just do that.
All yours.
Thank you.
Why, thank you.
The next thing's pomegranate.
Farewell, Your Majesty.
Come on, drunk dude. Give my drunkening. Still no Thanatos. Ow. As I was dashing out, too.
Delicious.
So, we've got Athena, Aphrodite, and that's it.
A relief.
Does upgrading boons stack? You're right, that's not Aphrodite. My bad. That's much better than Aphrodite.
Witch's circle.
Huh. Could you not stand in the lava, please? I appreciate it. Oh, God. Ah! Ah! Move. Yeah, it's super not happening. Oh well. That's a shame. Well, I guess I'll go back to Spear next. I don't know. I guess I'm not sure if I can afford Fist yet. Or if that's on the table.
I know you're not in a good spot right now. You must be really out of sorts. Though maybe this might numb the pain a bit.
But... okay. Not at all what I wanted.
Put me right up.
Whatever.
The act of sorcery often ends in an untimely death and an eternity in Tartarus for careless souls, though some are able to perfect the trade and take up permanent residence elsewhere.
Hi, Grumpy. It's okay.
I'm sure the witch's circle will reconvene soon enough.
Yeah, it's okay. Ask me again tomorrow.
Bone rakers.
That was the hard part. Actually surviving it.
Gemstones.
Hermes or money bag thing. I don't have that much money though. So actually I think I'm gonna go this way. Yeah, I was just way too low on money to really make that work, I think. Okay.
Want to bring you in on something, boss. The reason that Uncle Poseidon got to you before I did is, I let him. He's under the impression he's as spry as ever.
Okay, so there's the recovery dash, more dashes, or something I'm not getting. I think we know which one we're going for here. Yeah, I'll take quad dashing. And I still have one upgrade of my next boon. But now we gotta go deal with the friggin' Hydra. With the shield. Any guesses on which head we'll have? By the way, Ect asked a question. Who's more evil? The gods? The Olympic gods, as to say, or the Titans? I'm probably gonna go with the Olympic gods, but I'm really biased because, you know, Zeus. Very small amount of damage. That's not well. Fireballs. Not too shabby. Might be doable if I can avoid getting hit. Which I can't, of course, because of the aforementioned terribleness. I didn't think that was gonna happen.
I hate that Hydra.
Favorite weapon so far? Spear. Like, no question.
It's usually pretty quiet keeping watch over the pool of sticks back there, but it's sure been busy lately. Why, somebody else came through just earlier. You should have seen the look on my face when it wasn't you.
Glad to keep things interesting.
You again.
And then all 7 of those wretches tried cutting to the front of the procession line. Can you believe the nerve? As though they'd get an audience that way.
What a bunch of dummies! What were they even thinking, cutting the line? I mean, in front of you?
Let's just say if they still have any complaints for our Lord Hades, they'll be waiting for a long, long time before they get the chance to bring them up.
Ladies' night, I guess. Or day. I don't know.
We need to buy you a sundial. We need to buy him a sundial, don't we?
Good to see old Orpheus is back with us. He hasn't changed a bit. Was he always like this?
I'm guessing not. Never knew him when we were alive. But since we met, he's always been the melancholy sort. The few times I heard him sing, though, it was beautiful. I'm not surprised your father's kept him here.
Interesting.
Ah, for shame, boy. I thought perhaps you'd finally made it out.
Really? I mean, oh wait, you're not serious. That famous sense of humor shining through.
I jest, of course. You'll never make it out, as I keep telling you to no avail. But you've gone farther than expected. So who knows?
Hey, that's new.
Yeah, no kidding, Evo. There's that RNG rearing its head thing.
Your asking price, good contractor. Well worth the fruits of your hard work, I'm sure.
What is it that you're on about?
This looks to be an excellent investment, contractor. Go on and make it so.
Give the house contractor a break. But of course that means we have to, if I'm reading that correctly, that means we have to kill the Hydra with 2 separate weapons. So that's cool.
I like the sound of this. Work approved, and here's the fee, good contractor.
It's awfully quiet here, you know, when you're out and about. Makes me a bit self-conscious, truth be told, seeing as ostensibly I'm the musician of this court.
And what's with the hair?
Look, if you decide to start strumming on that lyre again, I'm sure nobody here is going to mind. Though you take care, okay?
If you
You are
insist, my
returned.
friend.
You have met most of your Olympian relatives by now, child. Although the power of their blessings is fleeting here, they shall continue to support you as long as necessary.
They all still think I'm headed to join them on Olympus. That's why they're helping me.
They are helping you because you are family. Family with whom they do not yet have a complicated past.
It's getting complicated pretty fast.
That's fine. So let's get the all-important upgrade, the one we've been saving for I think 4 runs now.
Night and darkness.
Boop. And we're out again.
I think.
Yep.
Let me give you a piece of advice, boyo. You run across a guy like me out there, you just give him a good stab right in the back without a second thought before he sends you crying back to Papa.
I'll keep that in mind, mate.
Now, how are you being serious here, pal? You brought that all this way for little old me? That's real nice of you.
Yeah, I think I do, Dream Whisperer.
You're not so bad yourself, mate. Thanks for always being here for me to savagely attack without a second thought.
I almost hesitate to do this because I could also save one more key and get another row of upgrades. In fact, hang on, let's check something. So we go that, which honestly, who cares? 1,000, which is going to be forever, and 2 things I don't care about. Are these static? Like, are these always the same things? No. Okay. Wait, yes. I'm getting conflicting answers here. What do I mean by static? The first thing is always this. The second thing is always chthonic vitality. The third thing is always death defiance. The fourth thing is always greater reflex. The fifth thing is always boiling blood. And the sixth thing is always infernal soul. So if I was to unlock talents, the next 2 things will always be the next 2 things. Okay. Cool. I'm going to save for that then instead of getting the fist. Actually, no, that's wrong. What I'm going to do is I'm going to Google it. To Google! The infinite power of looking stuff up. Okay, so Infernal Soul. So next would be Deep Pockets. Each rank grants me 10 gold at the start of each escape. That's it. Or plus 5% of total each time I clear a region. That's garbage. Next one is add plus 5 to your health total. Or plus 5% damage while I have 80% health. That's not great. What else we got? Plus damage to foes affected by 2 status effects. That sounds extremely stupid, but that's okay, Trihexia, because time travel and magic have always been a thing in the Tomb Raider series, so that's whatever. A bonus for each different Olympian whose boons you have. Bonus chance, a very small bonus chance for a boon to be rare. It gives you a laurel. What the hell's a gold laurel reward? Oh, whatever. Well, either way, that doesn't sound worth it right now. But you know, it does sound important right now.
This one. Twin Fists of Malphon. Our strength combined surely cannot be stopped.
Whoa, those are some paws. Yeah, that looks pretty mean.
What? Interesting. Whatever.
Ready as I'll ever be.
And yes, I did, TSP. Well, let's see what Athena has for us.
You got your hands on Malphon, the Twin Fists, I see. No ordinary weapon. Prone to fits of savagery quite unbecoming of a well-trained warrior. Then watch yourself and throw not caution to the wind.
I mean, I love the idea of doing 80% more damage, but... I mean, Poseidon's Dash is better than this, let's just be honest with ourselves.
Think you can stop me?
You met Athena earlier, I guess. I'd never trade my bow for all that pomp and armor, but I guess to each her own.
I mean... yeah.
My senses sharpen. Let me have it. Much better.
Your path is yours to shape as you see fit, regardless of the fate's design. Together we may twist that path a bit, if you would like.
What is your hair doing? Done! Let's do it! Alright, here we go. We got this.
Come on, let's fight. What's in the pool this time?
Or 4 health. Nah, I'm good. Listen, I'm just trying to prove to you, Evo, the pure evil that is chaos. Without control. Oh, that's gonna suck a little. But, we can do a couple things here. Hang on, I got hit once.
There. Let me see.
So Sisyphus or money? Yeah, we have no money.
Hello. Hey, Prince. How goes the old escape plan? Any luck?
You know, it's been all right, all things considered. Dying now and then, and it's been hard, but hey, what can you do?
Oh, well, keep your chin up. Me, why, I quit trying to get out of here a while back. But if I was a fire-stepping youngster like yourself, perhaps I would have stuck to it.
I should take healing.
Sure thing.
A pleasure.
Oh, Jesus, it's a mini-boss next. It's something I'm still chewing on, Croatia.
I'm glad that wasn't me.
Alright, whatever.
Farewell, Highness.
Oh, Jesus, these... I am dead. I am so dead. Pick that up. Super much, but, you know, it would have been nice to have the option. Ah! Was dashing out when it hit me, too.
Uncle Poseidon.
Looks like you could use the power of the sea, wouldn't you say so, little Hades? Good thing I'm here, so that together we might wash your enemies away.
Do you like washing? I mean, his summon sounds neat, but if we're being honest with ourselves, I'm dead. So I should probably take whatever I can get now, and not rely on surviving the next few rooms. So...
Blood and time. It's far enough.
Speaking of which... Yeah, we're gonna play keep away for a minute. Nothing fancy. Nothing special.
Effect.
Okay. We now have 50 health again. Woo! We did it. We have 50 health. Yay! And now we hit harder. As it should be. Yeah, let's start getting those.
Here again.
Really? Just... I So, I have to go check the front door because I'm expecting another package, which I also don't want to just leave outside. And, there's a deer there, which in some places is totally normal, but that's not a thing that happens this far into, you know, the cityscape. It's kind of weird, but what's even weirder is the deer was only maybe 5 feet or less than 2 meters outside of my front door. Just sitting there eating. Oh, right, I have to actually use the damn thing, despite being at full health.
Nice and cool.
Yeah, so I beat the crap out of it. Now I can have wonderful venison tonight. Oh, wait.
That's what you get.
I mean, this is the cursed run from hell. We're going full greed all the way here. Screw it. Jesus, man.
The power of the gods. Juicy.
I do not think so, boy. Back to the lowest depths with them.
That's that.
I mean, that's a non-choice, so we'll go with the only choice there in just a moment. Yeah, there's just a beer sitting outside my door. It's the weirdest thing. Eating grass and everything. Looked up at me. You got a problem? No, I'm not beerist. I just think beer is one of the worst alcoholic drinks ever invented. What? Then it summoned a whole bunch of minions on me, and I mean, honestly, this is kind of what happened right here. Still a 1. Gee, I have so many options here. Is it seriously just the 1? It is just the 1. Okay. I mean, I think it depends on the type of grass, as is. So... Huh. Greed.
I'll take it.
Hey, what's with that Chiron, man? He's sort of, I don't know, though I am glad he's been of service.
Special inflicts hangover, which actually that could work with fists. Or the after party, or strive. Now we're going drunken flourish. Yeah!
Hey, good to see you out here, mate. Looks as though you've got some fine wares up for sale, don't you?
Yeah, no, it's about me today.
Why not? Hey there, Meg.
What's that you're holding, Zagreus? Please tell me that you didn't steal the most dangerous, unstable artifacts sealed shut within your father's vault.
It wasn't I who stole them, if that's any reassurance to you, Meg.
You are a hopeless fool. You cannot possibly know what you're doing with those things. You put them back exactly where you found them.
Okay. Pretty sure I found him right here.
Yes. Found you.
More delicious blood.
Did you enjoy the stint in Tartarus?
Well, Father, I'm trespassing through your secret hall and going up.
That's Megara's thing? Wow. So...
20 boons worth giving up?
No.
Damn it, can't get that.
Oh, that sucks. Oh well. It was worth it to get this, so I don't really mind.
So much for Tartarus. Done.
Yeah, I don't want to lose any of mine, though. I actually like all three of mine here.
The Asphodel Meadows.
Like, the only one I would potentially lose is the Athena one, and I probably shouldn't. Alright, time to continue the cursed run of cursedness. Oh, sure. Now I have 200 gold. Thanks, game. Thanks.
Eurydice.
Come in.
From within a humble residence in Asphodel reverberates the golden-sounding voice of Lorn Eurydice, who once attempted to escape the underworld and failed utterly, much like Prince Zagreus.
You watch yourself, old man.
Sing when you're happy. Sing when you're not, Your Royal Majesty.
Well, let's roll the dice.
Careful, it's hot.
Ooh, that's good.
So we got that one to blow. And that one to blow. Not terrible. Let's get some more frickin' wine so I can increase people's friendship. God! Why is it so hard to make people like me? Here, fling! Like me! I need to make a game someday where instead of giving gifts to make people like you, you just punch them a bunch. So, hey, Bob, you want to go watch a movie? Nah, I'm good. Damn it, Bob. You're gonna watch a movie with me. Round 1. Fight!
Worth it. Moving on.
Go with the Super Macho Man. Why don't you love me? Alright, what do we got here? So we've got Athena. Or worthwhile stuff. You know what? That's actually a good point. That is Metal Gear Solid 5 in a nutshell. Yeah.
Here's the fee.
Oh goody, Poseidon. This should suck.
Moving right along.
I mean, I don't know. Some people would probably rather get beaten up than have to socialize. Like, that's just, I don't know. That might be too much.
More coming then. Who's next? Lord Poseidon.
Pomegranate.
Here I am. Delicious.
Like, 4% increase on damage is kind of pathetic, honestly. I mean, yeah, I think Drunken is at least some fire and forget damage, which I'll be doing kind of incidentally. And so that'll probably be the most overall DPS output increase. Like 6 extra damage on the dash, 4% damage,
Powered up.
Shame that doesn't increase my, your chance. I believe you, Harian. But I do disagree with you. Ironically. That being said, Hariant, you're on the list, aren't you? You are on the list. What do you want to put some money towards? Tell me, Hariant, or else! That's actually an interesting bit of a quandary, isn't it? Because we've never covered a game where this would apply before. Or rather, we actually have. Did we give an external continuity plus to the God of Wars? That's the real question there. Let's find out. Intense 80s music plays here. I mean, it is the same concept, though, Egg. It is external continuity. So we did not. The only external continuity thing we gave was actually for God of War 3, and that was relative to the God of War series. And that's why I'm kind of hesitating here, because, like, we don't do that. In fact, I'm willing to probably put my foot down on that. If there's a blank Mythos game, I'm willing to just kind of eject the Mythos when in regards to the external continuity positive. Because Pandora's Box and what it does with the Greeks act with regards to God of War. The Olympians, excuse me. I keep calling them the Greeks. It's not the first time I've done that. Pretty sure we didn't. In fact, I'm 99% sure we didn't do anything about that with regards to Pokemon. Let's verify that. Yep. Yeah, no. I'm willing to put my foot down on that. No. We're going to only count external continuity as is relevant to the franchise in question. Not, you know, Mythos. I'm not even sure if there's another thing that would apply there. Actually, you know what? There is. Hang on. There's one other thing that might apply there. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hariant, what do you want to put the money towards? Someone go stab Hariant until he tells me what he wants to put that money towards. Just keep stabbing. Just keep stabbing. That's what I thought. Okay, so we have a very small amount of precedence here. From Assassin's Creed Origin, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and Valiant Hearts. All Ubisoft games, ironically. All three of them didn't get a plus for how they used history in the game, nor should they. But they did get a plus for how they showcased history separate from the game, effectively, with the here's actual history thing. So, yeah, I'm willing to say no. Keep stabbing! Don't stop stabbing, Hariant. Just keep stabbing. I'll give you 20 seconds to respond, Hariant. No, I'm joking.
She'll keep me going.
Are we... Oh, wow. We're already on the frickin' Hydra. Okay. This should be terrible, because I am a very short-range melee on the Hydra. This is gonna suck. Gonna suck. Woo! Oh, that's new.
Big one, huh?
Oh, never mind. We're good. We're good. Okay. And we're dead. Okay, if you're looking, then you're acknowledging, and that's what I wanted. All right. Thank you for looking. Immortals Phoenix Rising? What the heck is that? I believe you that it's on the list, though.
Get that Hydra.
We'll get rid of Orient off the list. Put this towards Immortals Phoenix Rising. Thank you, Orient. Still need to get hold of a few other people. Ugh. Oops.
What? Bone Hydra got you again, huh? Real sorry about that. Though you know what? I want you to get back out there, you know, all through Tartarus.
Shut up.
Okay.
A pitiful attempt.
Shut up.
Your extended family, the Olympians. They wish to help you from this place, don't they? I just hope that their intentions are as pure as they appear. They don't get on well with your father.
Neither do I last time I checked. I'll take all the help I can get trying to break out of here.
I'm pleased to hear you say that. I've known too many far too proud to accept help, even when it was sorely needed. You just be careful, lad.
Sure.
I swear you're right. That one is such an idiot. Oh, anyway, I'd best get back to work. Next round's on me, Dusa, and you take care.
You take care too, Miss Meg. Thanks for the drink. Bye now.
They get along at least.
They keep preventing me from giving gifts to my friend. God!
Oh, hello, Zagreus. You look a little down. And so I was just wondering, would you perchance fancy a song right now?
Not on that harp. Anybody?
How about the Lament? You used to play that one a lot.
Oh, fancy that one, do you? Alas, I've not the heart to sing it anymore. I'm glad you like it, though.
Well, I can't punch him, so...
My records indicate that you've collected earnings based on some of your accomplishments there, boy. I suppose you need an income of your own, having decided to cut ties and all.
What, you mean the bounties that you've offered up to anybody capable of beating Meg and all your other guardians out there? Don't you think that puts a lot of undue pressure on them, knowing that you've turned them into targets?
They must do better than they have, else they shall be replaced. If they're to grow in their respective roles, they have to know their weaknesses. And so do I. That you collect the bounties for it matters not.
Be sure to add those to the list of words you'll eat someday.
Enough. Get out.
I was pleased to see an order pending approval for the release of Orpheus with the house contract annex. If Father wants him to start singing again, locking him in Tartarus doesn't seem like the most efficient way to go about it. Besides, I think he's suffered enough.
Your father found a certain peace from song, my child. Perhaps with this reprieve, our Orpheus shall reconsider and resume his craft.
Your worried father doesn't have enough live music to enjoy while brooding over his gloomy court.
Your father's temperament is easier to navigate when he is in relatively better spirits. And my opinion is that punishing the court musician does not further your father's goal with him.
I'm just glad to see him back.
No, Harriet. So someone else donated for all the people who donated for this run, which you are a member. So it was towards those people's choice. Sense make? Thank you for the sub. I do always appreciate your support, Harriet. If you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Wait, let's see here. I suppose at some point I should probably start thinking about actually trying to finish these out.
List of minor prophecies.
Like actually aim for some of these, you know? But, those just give gems, so who cares? Wait, if I bow before I check the donation. I did, Harriet, yes. I got it towards Immortals Phoenix Rising. Whatever that is.
Pal, thanks again for that nectar bottle from before. Stuff just goes right through me like you won't believe. Though I hope you're not going around giving that stuff away to every bozo you know.
What, Skelly? You worry something bad is going to happen if I express a bit of generosity from time to time through our somewhat illicit gift-giving custom around here?
No, I'm worried you'll be wasting your time. If you give that stuff away, don't expect to get anything back. Well, not after the first time, anyway. Usually. I'm just saying, don't get your hopes up.
Maybe I just want to show thanks to my friends for its own sake.
Sure.
Yeah,
Hey, look at that.
So that's,
Need more keys.
No. Always with the Greek mythology games.
Let's see here.
And yes, I did know that, Russ.
Back.
At least whenever the trader has it up. Which I don't know if that's random or not.
Lord Dionysus.
Oh, please, please give me poison.
You're getting somewhere, man. I understand you made it up to Asphodel before. Now that is progress. Keep it up. You keep on going, yeah?
Please. Yes! Hangover! Behold!
How about another?
The infinite power is mine. You got it, Arian. Give me 1 second here. Alright, so it's time to go full poison. Yes, behold, the infinite power of being slightly combat capable. Emphasis on slightly. Pretty sure a wounded flea could kill me. But normally I'd probably go with Chaos, but man, screw that. I'm getting Ares.
Heads up.
Drunkard Dionysus cannot help you near as much as I, my hellborn kin. Compare the gift he gave to what I offer you.
Damn, not what I wanted. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that sucks, Dream Whisper. The good news is I'll never use summons with this build. Speaking of
now what?
Not using summons.
Can catch my breath. Too bad I can't bottle this stuff.
Well, if it isn't you... Why, Prince, you being serious right now? Is that for me?
You deserve better, Sisyphus. This really isn't much, but maybe it'll help you while away the days, nights, whatever time it is.
I think we're the furthest with Sisyphus, which is weird. We've gotten him more than we've gotten frickin' Dusa.
Hey, Prince, I heard you showed that Fury sister the what for. Is that the truth? Might explain why I've been left here to my own devices for a change.
I don't think she'll be out of commission for very long. She'd best find you mining that boulder, though at least you managed to catch a break for now. Be seeing you, Sisyphus.
Easy does it.
Thanks.
I mean, we're getting somewhere with at least one person. My God. Thank you, Eitri. Always appreciate. And we'll put that towards AC Valhalla, if you give me a moment. I mean, don't they all have quests? Actually, that's not a bad question. Do any of them not have quests? My math. There we go.
Take care of yourself.
One for the stash.
Hey, it leveled up. Is it just Artemis? It's just Artemis. Okay. This should be interesting.
I'll break you again.
Zagreus, catch your breath, decide, and then what say we get you out of hell, maybe?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Deadly on that one too, especially since I am doing specials semi-regularly with the fists. The only thing I would like better there is Ares, but, you know, whatever. That's the only reason I'm hesitant there, because that would be awesome. Getting Doom on special and Bleed, that is to say Poison, that is to say Hangover, on regular would be really nice combo. But
We'll make every strike count.
Who's Artemis again? I was joking. since she has such a little presence in God of War.
Sweet. Gimme. All clear.
Hmm. Yeah, that's why I'm really torn here. Like, health is great and always needed, but like getting an Artemis and a Dionysus, the catch is I already have something good from both of them. Screw it, let's gamble. Let it ride, as they say.
Right on the mark.
Well, there's Hunter's Mark. Which, yeah.
Really, man? After everything we've been through together, this is the gratitude I get.
Didn't have much choice. Now he's angry.
Mark doesn't seem like it's super useful in trash, but that feels like that would be a game changer on a boss.
All right, all right, all right. We're cool. We're cool. No need to get all hot and bothered any longer here.
Well, I could finally do a call. Or we could do the cast. We haven't done a call yet, so for that reason, let's go ahead and try out a call finally.
That's a relief.
A full review run of Microsoft Excel. Yeah, sure. This program's trash. Any questions? I'm being a little facetious. Only a little. And thank you, Innocence. Always. Towards more groove. I actually legitimately don't like Microsoft Excel, but I don't actually dislike it, I simply don't like it. I prefer open office for my stuff. Much easier to chain formulas than that. Well, okay, easier is wrong, because it's actually extremely complicated and irritating, but it's much more useful for what I use spreadsheets for, so... No, Trihexia, that's actually, like, what I live for. My pride and joy in life is finding out that I can't play older games because technology has moved forwards. There's nothing that makes me happier than having to tell someone, yeah, I can't review X game because I can't get that playable anymore. Sarcasm and stuff today. All right, so let's see here. Well, ironically, as tech moves forward, you can enjoy the past better too. It's just, it's kind of dependent on people, not corporations. Because as we start to get more and more of the emulation circle expanded, we can get more access to older stuff. The corporations don't do that because I don't actually have a good answer for that question. I guarantee you that if Nintendo or Sony or several PC companies actually threw themselves into the idea of emulation, that they would sell proper emulation, good emulation. And I do have some data to back that, because every now and again they actually do, and every now and again it actually does. Yeah, you remember when they said Windows 10 was going to be the last Windows? I remember. Alright, I'm really torn on this one. That's a pretty big damage boost to special. But that's not... that's right. Screw it.
Stronger still. Much better. Nice to meet you.
What? Who the hell are you?
Hey, you must be one of Meg's sisters. Nice to finally meet you. My name is Agrius. Not murderer. Definitely not.
Murderer. Murderer. I do like how her wing is on the opposite side in the artwork. Not in the game, just on the artwork.
Look, I've done some things that maybe aren't great, but I am very, very sure I haven't murdered anyone.
Yeah, I would never murder thousands upon thousands of Klingons. Thank you, DirectD. Always appreciate you muchly. Thank you. And welcome to the Year Club. I'll put that anniversary sub towards my choice. Which, hopefully, within a few months, that might actually mean something. Okay. Let's work on another word. How about,
What is she?
Spatula. Douglas. I honestly just saw the prompt and hit it out of reflex act. I wasn't even thinking about it. Since, yeah, I've never had it before, so I just saw hit right trigger, and I'm like, oh, yeah, yeah.
Let's hear it, Father.
Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
My keepsake collection. Just what the house contractor ordered.
Okay, so rank 3 is the max then. That's something I've been wondering. Okay. Let's go ahead and switch over to the tooth and start leveling that, I suppose. I'm guessing that's only going to rank up the how much we heal. In fact, yeah, because that's the green part. Yeah, okay. And all the rest of these are crap. I spit upon them. So yeah, we'll level up Tooth, because why not?
Till next time, Tartarus. Change of scenery, at least.
Yep, worst zone in the game. That's a lie. I mean, visually, I don't actually like this zone all that much. So I'm not really lying. I just noticed I don't have a dash upgrade yet. Usually I have one by now. Like, of some type.
You shall regret this.
Time to fight.
I wonder if the mark makes them take more damage from poison. Does anybody know?
That's quite enough.
Well, that's better.
Excellent. Good. Hey, look, Hermes. What do you got for me, buddy? In a next round. But how else are we gonna have hell hazardous? Wait a minute. This isn't accurate to Asphodel. Negative for external continuity. Which is why that's not right. One of these. A good thing to bring up, though, Mario.
Who am I kidding? We can cut the small talk. I don't mind. I interrupt my brothers and sisters all the time.
I mean, duh.
Let's go, let's go.
I do not, Evo. The exact positive Harriet was just debating, actually. Which I suppose you would know because you responded to him about it. Let me tell you about all this in Steve's voice. So you see, there's this thing called video games.
Oh, good. This has to be the chamber renovation I put in.
So it is.
Much better.
I know what you meant. That's why I was checking a few things. Because we've covered historical games, and we've covered mythos games. And I'm not sure it would apply in any other case, but it definitely didn't apply in either case, so... A statement I agree with, I might add.
Drakens.
What is a dragon, other than an irritant?
of Hades.
That's true, we could apply it to biology, although I'm not sure I can think of a video game off the top of my head that does biology correctly. Unless you mean Super Mario Bros. Bowser's Inside Story, in which case I absolutely agree. That's exactly what it looks like inside of Bowser. I'm gonna go Swift Strike. Yes, Evo, the Search for Eden. That's another very accurate one about biology. Yeah, I'm gonna go with it.
The haste of Hermes.
It's a valid point, Evo. It's a valid thing to bring up, but I think based on the way that that works and how much of a hassle that would add to the future, plus the fact that I personally disagree with the fact that that should even be part of the equation, I'm gonna go with no. Or to phrase this in a slightly different way, if I was reviewing, I guess this is a bad example. You know what? Gravity. If I was reviewing Gravity, how good of a job they do at researching how physics actually works and how those situations actually work, in my opinion, has no bearing on how good the film is. Now, the film may be good as a consequence of those things, but not those things themselves. Does that make sense? That's just my opinion. I am very stupid, as we've discussed many times. Yeah. Let's see if we can double dip on some Doom, shall we?
Hit me if you can, witches.
Attention to detail would depend, but I do give pluses to attention to detail in general, yes. Well, there's only two of those that I'm aware of, Trihexian. I've played the hell out of both of them. One of them with my niece. It was a lot of fun. So I think Urge to Kill is probably better, but I want to try this out. Especially for the Hydra fight. Yeah, Crypt of the Necrodancer and the Zelda Crypt of the Necrodancer, which I can't think of the name of right now. Gains a higher roll. Thank you. That's the one. I mean, there's no choice here. Give me 1 health. Just 1, please. I mean, 4 would be great, but, you know, 1 would be... Nope, 0. Wow. Oh, all right, I don't have that equipped right now. Right. Right.
New styles for the Twin Fists.
Yeah, it's very Magic the Gathering. They use, there's actually a term for that in game design. I call it terminology, but there's an actual term for that. And it's so you always know, well, this thing means X, so... I mean, I do Dash Strike fairly often. Yeah, you know what?
Malphon grows stronger.
Now to do the Hydra with 15 health. This I'm dead. Turbo dead.
I'll get you for last time.
No, I won't. I'm dead. Just because I keep forgetting I have the tooth doesn't mean I'm completely stupid. The answer to that?
You'd like chopped off? No?
Now I just need to kill a bunch of vases to make sure I can get some health back.
Beats dying.
Yeah.
Which to choose?
I'm sorry, what does expired mean in context?
No use.
Ah. Wow, I didn't realize that was the same run. God, this has been a long run. Okay, that makes sense.
To the top.
Now to the worst stage in the game. I'm just kidding. Whatever's after this is probably much worse.
Champions of Elysium, I've returned. Just need to storm my way through that eternal paradise.
No, Huthor. I haven't reached the end of Elysium yet. Alright.
That feels better.
Try that out. Yeah, let me get some health here.
Who's first? Grant me strength.
Well, I'm desperately low on health, so sure. The music in Elysium either. While we're on the subject of reasons not to like Elysium. Too much HP, irritating enemies, worst filter in the game.
No.
Let's see what we get. Screw it, as they say.
Whose favor to choose?
Neutrality was not an option here.
Yeah, I think we're going with Vortex. Help with the crowd control a little bit.
Why do it to me like that, Zagman? I thought we were close as grapes upon the vine, but I was wrong?
Did what I had to do. Time to win them over.
And shield guys.
By the power of Skelly.
Did he just say by the power of Skelly? Because I think he just said by the power of Skelly.
I'm sorry. Now let's come back.
No.
Ugh, I feel bad all of a sudden, man. I mean, what happened there?
I actually don't know how that hit me, but that's whatever.
Like to think I learned something back there.
I didn't.
Must have missed Achilles.
Hi! Oh my. Your Highness, are you really sure you want me to have this?
I really am, Dusa. I hope you enjoy it.
I just wanted to apologize because I think maybe I didn't act very appropriately last time you spoke to me. But I just really like this job, and I promise I will always do my very best, so I just hope I'll have another chance.
Dusa, please, there's no need to apologize. You've been doing a wonderful job, really.
What? You really mean it, Prince? Thank you. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, haven't you ever played Castlevania? Yeah, that wasn't a bad combo, or build, or however you want to think of that. It makes me even sadder. Sorry, looking something up real quick. Don't worry, it's not game related.
You're late with your report, Hypnos. Again. Again. The dead, of course, can wait, but I'm less patient. Now explain yourself to me.
Oh, well, let's see. I woke up, I don't know what time it was, and I made sure that every shade had been accounted for, just like I always do, except I couldn't find my list at first. Can you believe it? I thought maybe my brother played a little prank, and so...
Get to the blasted point already. I don't have all day or night. Your report, where is it?
Sure, I was just getting to it, Master. My list, I found it over by the lounge. It was inside, but I am not the one who put it there, no sir. So I've been making positively sure it's not been tampered with, that it has everybody's name, cause of death, place of birth, former body weight, any previous allergies or medications.
Enough! Blood and darkness, that's enough from you. Just see to it the ledger of the dead is accurate, and get back to your post. Would that you could be more like your brother.
You've done it now, Hypnos. Orpheus, forgive my bluntness here, but I have to ask. Why won't you sing? You were a legend, mate. Our court musician.
Why, it's that I've lost my muse, my friend. It isn't harder to explain than that. Have you not had such moments in your life where you had lost the will to chase your passions?
I suppose I have, yeah. But recently I found my drive again. And that's why I have to get out of here.
And I am truly happy for you, friend. Alas, I've had no luck in my own search. Not that I'm searching any longer, so I'll just be over here, okay?
I saw you took possession of the list of minor prophecies of the three fates. As ever, I should never have doubted my daughter's expectations. I was uncertain you had necessary guidance to select it from among the house contractor's many opportunities.
You offer something called the Fated List of Minor Prophecies to me, chances are I'm going to pick it up. Though, you make it sound like there's more I should know about it. Should I be concerned?
You know exactly what is necessary and no more. I know better than anyone never to tamper with the Fate's design. Though, if they had cruelty in store for you through their list, I think that I would warn you anyway.
I don't know, they are making me play this game.
That's somehow reassuring. What's in stock?
Yeah, I'm not giving up blood. That's not okay.
Boy, oh, next time you make it to the big VIP area upstairs, you watch out for those weapon-wielding gents out there. The eyeball soul thing that pops out when you beat them, you gotta squash those too, or else they'll grab their gear and come right back.
Crush the souls of Elysium's exalted shades to stop them from regenerating over and over. I'll definitely do that next time I'm there.
The fact that this is still considered that early really kind of bothers me a bit.
Think I'll take it. Here's the gemstones then.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Let's try it. Exogryph, the rail of adamant. Annihilate all who oppose me.
Oh, you got one.
I'm sorry, what?
Let's reload this thing.
Yeah, I noticed I don't have reload bound, but that's okay. I can reload the old-fashioned way.
What have I wrought that such a witless, careless brat would be my progeny?
I imagine it's because they never really used Cain in the future anyways, so why not, Luco? Not a good reason to kill him, admittedly.
Well, look at you with Exogryph, the rail of adamant. Seems much too noisy complicated as a hunting weapon when you could just use a nice quiet bow, but hey, to each her own.
Listen, you hunt with a bow, I'll hunt with a minigun.
Artemis, guide my hand.
Part of the problem is I've been thinking in my head, I'm not sure what button I would apply for reload. Everything's kind of taken. I mean, I could get rid of this and just literally stop casting, since I never do anyways. That's actually not a bad idea. You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Let's unbind cast. That sounds like a good idea. So many choices. Give me a lot of choices, are they?
Fight me.
I don't know who Josh Keaton is, but I believe you. Even though we all know there's only one true Spider-Man. Oh yeah. Damn it, Drew was. You just wanted me to attack the air, admit it. I mean, so far the gun sucks. Like, this is worse than the bow. I'm gonna hold off on it for obvious reasons, but this thing is terrible. It does extraordinarily little damage.
For the house.
And, like, I literally can't even go to the Chaos Gate. Because how badly I'm doing. Congrats, Eitri.
I'll stay dead next time. Yes. Which path? Not yet. I can't. Something I need.
Prince said. Now you be careful out there, Highness. The kindly Megara is out for blood. She kept on groaning about the last exchange between the two of you. You must have showed her good.
I think I might have gotten lucky.
You got it.
Whatever, we're still trying stuff out, so we're kind of locked in on that one.
Hey, lads.
Alright, Aphrodite, what nonsense do you have for me?
I cannot help but wonder, dearest, why Lord Hades would have kept your mere existence hidden from us all this time. Perhaps he knew that once you met us, you would stop at nothing to come seek us out.
break some hearts.
Yeah, I decided to gamble on that one.
You're gone.
Allow me, boy, to introduce some of my loyal subjects.
There you go. There's a health up thing.
You're nothing.
Although I'm tempted by the dual boon, but still, a health up thing? I should probably go for that.
Incompetence.
Mine now.
I was gonna say, lightning would be pretty good here. But shrug. Listen, I have never claimed to be Batman, okay, Aquas? Many things, but not Batman. I'm not that rich.
That's something. Out of my way.
Gee, which choice should I take? Yeah, I actually unbound the cast, I think. Yep, cast is literally unbound right now. I mean, yeah, I have nothing worth upgrading, so...
I'll pay for that. Ah, you found me, little nephew. strewn among the inventories of that most disturbing riverboatman. That means you win my blessing.
Yeah, no, there's no choice there.
Let's make some waves, right, Uncle? Care on, mate. Now, hypothetically, if I provided you with, say, 1,000 coins, would you be willing to give me a ride in your beautiful boat? Upriver, I should say, specifically. I had to ask.
I feel like it's a no.
Hi there.
Another new one.
Oh, finally. I've been waiting for this. Really.
If you try to crack your neck, do you impale yourself?
You must be one of Megaro's lovely sisters. I don't believe we've had the pleasure. Waiting for what, exactly?
So sick of, doing my regular job, uninterrupted, not having to clean up Meg's messes.
I get the feeling we're starting off on the wrong foot.
Anyway, I always wanted to kill a god. You'll have to do. Dodge this.
She's getting mad. I'm out. Not now. I'm empty. No, you don't.
Still kicking.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think this is happening. I actively hate this gun. And I have got nothing to really make it any better.
She's getting angry.
Yeah, I need the upgrades for this gun, and I have just not gotten anything. Well, I think it's pretty obvious what's happening here, Evo. I mean, it's doing just a minuscule amount of damage because I've only got like rank 1 of it. Nothing upgrading it.
I'm empty.
God damn it.
My Skelly's lucky tooth.
No, Eva.
Much too close. Did Exegriff just shudder? Not dead yet.
That sucked.
Electro failed.
Yeah, dude.
I'll take this one. Let's think about this.
Well, actually, I suppose since I've actually already gotten the benefit of that... No, I'll keep leveling it. I'll keep leveling it.
To the surface. There.
Well, it's not like I've managed much in Elysium. I haven't even gotten to the boss of Elysium yet.
Getting warmer.
I haven't gotten anything significant, no. Although I believe I'm at 3 with our beloved Medusa. Oregon or whatever.
Set. Easy.
Okay, well, let's see if we can survive one more room. We might not be able to, but... I mean, it's not like I really have a choice on Bro Magnus. But yeah, I guess you're right. Alright, so. Bows targeted by special move slower and take more damage. Special becomes a rocket. That deals more damage. And you could use your special 3 times in rapid succession. Yeah, alright.
That should do it. get out of here.
You know, I just realized part of why this is all bothering me a little bit.
I'm out.
Go and guess.
Not now. Must be the last of them.
A good guess, Dream Whisperer, but no. The fact that I'm just grinding. If you really pare down what's happening here, about me redoing these first few floors over and over and over again. I am grinding. I am grinding up the various upgrade things in order to be able to progress further. So since I think I've established that reload can go to hell. Behold the incredibly powerful spell. I'm just being facetious. Yeah, so we...
Break it up, witches.
Like, that's kind of true in general. But part of the problem I'm running into right now is that I don't really have a lot I can do. Other than just kind of bash my face into the wall. And hope for some good upgrades. And some good RNG on said upgrades. In order to be able to progress a bit better. The narrative, at least, is kind of inching forward very slowly. But gameplay-wise, I'm just doing... I'm running in a circle, you know?
Ooh, ow, so you got burned down to a crisp out there, standing in magma, right? I know you've got your burning feet and all, but standing in magma? Why, I'm not so sure that's a good idea.
Right. How's it going?
Your enemy is not the wretched dead, and not your father, lad. It is the underworld itself. It has been fashioned to prevent escape. You must have seen by now how all the chambers seem to rearrange themselves.
The underworld itself. My enemy. I'll do my best anticipating its surprises, sir.
You called upon your humble court musician, as I understand, Lord Hades, sir. Referring to myself, of course.
Well, Orpheus, if you're quite finished with your little stint within the depths of Tartarus, I'd like to ask again. Play us a song already. Or else next time I'll not be quite so charitable with your punishment.
Oh, that. I must apologize again, Lord Hades, sir, for I'm afraid that I've no wish to sing as yet, in spite of your persuasiveness, even. And that, is my final word upon the subject, at this time.
Is that so? Why then I'll go ahead and wait. I've all the patience in the world.
He's in trouble.
Prince, I don't know what to say. Are you joking around with me, maybe?
Oh, I am deadly serious, Dusa. Honest. It's for you.
Oh, why, Prince, you're back? I mean, I heard that... How come you're still here?
Oh, yes, I made it pretty far. On that account, you heard correctly, Dusa. But turns out I have unfinished business here, so I should be turning up like this from time to time.
Oh, wow. Well, that's great. I mean, I hope it's great. I mean, if you agree it's great, I also think it's great. If that's okay?
Great.
It's both okay and great.
What do you want from me? Leave me alone. We've nothing to discuss here anymore.
I was just checking up on you. Just let me know if you wanted to talk for any reason.
I'm not interested in having company, especially from you. You stay the hell away while I'm off duty.
What's new? It's a deal. I need more gemstones. Nix, sometimes I get the impression the Olympians look down on those of us born of the underworld. Is that my imagination, or what do you make of it?
The gods of Mount Olympus tend to think themselves above us, child. Or so your father often likes to say. He alone was relegated to this realm, and grew resentful of his relatives on high.
I can't imagine him otherwise. It was only a matter of time, I suppose. Nice to have my ancient legendary weapons there.
Might want to check your stash of weapons over there. So the strangest thing happened while you were out, boyo. One of your weapon holder things back there, it picked up this eerie glow. Could see it from the corner of my eye.
Calm down, Skelly. I'm sure whatever it is perfectly normal for a legendary semi-sentient titan-slaying weapon from the dawn of time.
That's just it. Those weapons of yours, they have seen some real business, pal. You're giving them a real workout, so maybe they're starting to like you or something. Loosening up a bit, you know, like you and me.
I should go check it out.
Yeah, no. Good night, TSB. Get some good rest.
What in blazes? Exegriff, you're telling me your secrets.
Of all the things I could upgrade, it's the gun I like the least. Roguelikes? I mean, a roguelike is the type of game
I can see from here
that I'm not really going to be into. Because, you know, it's okay, of course, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but ultimately, after a few runs, or even a successful attempt or two, I'll be kind of done with it, you know. The bow. The bow.
You were once father's spear. Let's go with this one.
It's okay, young dreamy bird. If I'm being honest, I'd probably be enjoying this more if I had like a YouTube video or a movie or a show I was watching while playing. Hence the aforementioned grind comment. Roguelites are a bit different. I actually really tend to like roguelites, but I also find them to be harder to design. Or at least less well-designed variants out there. But there are a few roguelites I rather enjoy. 320 Titan Blood. Wow. Yeah. It's a bit much.
Stygius, you're revealing your past.
Pretty scary serpent platter there.
This is a light. You know, could we just call them rogue progressions and rogue resets? Can we just start doing that? So this is a rogue progression. This is the kind of game that actually has some kind of progression across attempts.
Malphon and Twin Fists. Let's say we crack some skulls. Ready, Malphon? Grant me the aspect of Demeter.
You alright back there, pal?
Malphon, reveal your secrets. Again.
Yeah, again, exactly. That's just...
Ah, yes.
Really? We start off with a frickin' hammer?
Time to fix up these fists. Thanks, Daedalus. Come try me. Back to dust.
I'm just amused. I couldn't have done that on the run where I was having the frickin' gun. No, I gotta do it when I have the fists. What, the Deadpool thing, silly idea? I mean, it was whatever, but I didn't give it a negative, or a positive here, paying attention. Yeah, I'm not super happy with Aphrodite, but I literally had no choice, so whatever.
What shall we do here once you finally arrive? Perhaps we could go out and meet some mortals. I know all too many maidens and/or noble gentlemen who'd absolutely love to get to know you.
Nah, mortals suck.
Darkness.
That's an interesting one. Ares or Athena?
Shiny.
Sure. Might get the dash.
relatives by now. We don't all share the same demeanor nor see eye to eye. Though all of us, I think, wish you the best.
Yeah.
The shield of light. What do we have?
Damn, that costs 44 hearts. That is not a good exchange rate. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think it's just the repetition that is actually bothering me so much. Because I've been processing this for a while. It's not like the combat's unengaging. It's not like the music's bad, or the visuals are bad, or audio's bad, or the controls are bad. It's just, I find myself completely de-invested. I've practically fallen asleep sitting here playing this. And like, why? What the hell's wrong with me? It's just because I'm doing the same damn stuff over and over and over. And I know what you're thinking, but it's different each time. And you're right, but it isn't. It's, we're still doing Tortaras. And Asphodel. I don't know how else to explain that. Someone give me something to talk about, because I'm not here. You know what I mean? We've got a decent chunk of change.
Charon's shop.
Really?
Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
Well, I mean, and again, if I just had something I was watching while I was doing this, it probably wouldn't bother me as much, but that's sort of my point. Like, the idea that I am sufficiently mentally de-engaged to the point where I want something else to do to stay entertained while I play the game I'm playing.
Charon, mate. I don't suppose you've given any further thought to my proposal to just, you know, ferry me up to the surface, seeing as it's not out of your way. I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, I could see that junk garage. Whatever. Okay, so how do echoes turn back time? My goodness. How is the doctor gonna work? Easy. The doctor is an AI. Hey, Pyro. I haven't seen you in forever. Good to know you're doing okay. Wait, so you're the boss? Wait. Oh, okay. Gotcha. You're the boss now. How do you rob Charon? Ah. Is there a detriment to robbing Charon? Whoops. Because, I mean, I ain't robbing Charon. I'd say, do I look suicidal, but don't answer that. What are those stupid chests called? The cursed chests? They're not actually called cursed chests, but that's what they are. A gift card. That's funny. Thank you, Colonel Troves.
In the name of Hades. Anyone there? Stand down or suffer.
That's what I could probably do. Since we've already Googled one thing, we should Google a second thing. We should look up what each of the items are, the keepsakes, excuse me, for each of the deities, and be like, well, what's worth my time? If anything. So, the Doctor. So the first and most obvious answer is that the Doctor's an AI, which honestly he always was, and frankly it's kind of weird that he's treated like anything other than an AI. what Star Trek actually tended to do, which is really strange, is it would treat his holographic representation as if that's him. But it's not him. He's either in the emitter, or he's in the, the computer. So we're just going to kind of officiate that and formalize that a little bit. Make him part of the computer. Now, we've got a couple of ideas for the specifics of how to implement that. One of the things we could do is we could make it so that there's a crude droid body, which he can control remotely, which allows him to physically interact with the world and do some of his jobs. Be the actual surgeon that he needs to be. Obviously, that droid body he could control from the medbay, right? And there'd be a range thing on it, which means you can't just put, the droid down on a planet, or you can't mass produce or whatever because you have issues with that, and things can interfere with the signal, and yada, yada, yada. But within the medbay, it's a fairly safe, fairly clean environment to go ahead and have that kind of wireless signal controlling the thing, right? The other idea we had is we could make it so that there's a... I think we all know the correct choice here.
You honor me.
Which is funny, because these abilities suck, but, But, so, now that's interesting you bring that up, Ross, because, yeah, there would be no mobile emitter because there's nothing to emit. But we could have the same general progression for the character by having him be dumped into his droid body. See, the catch here, the idea is that no matter how sophisticated the hard drive is that can hold the sheer quantity of data that is required to maintain a sentient AI, like the Doctor, even if you somehow get that thing fitting into the droid body, getting all the hardware to connect that to the rest of the body, and then the software to be able to properly interpret all that to the rest of the body is insanity, right? This is the reason why theoretically, that Starfleet would go with this method. Just have a remote-controlled bot that you control remotely like anybody else could. Because that's the other thing. Anybody could control that bot remotely. It's just a bot that you control. It's just the Doctor could control it a little bit more precisely when it comes to things like surgery, which is what it's designed for. There would probably be a thing about remote-controlled bots in general, but I don't think we do too much with that because, again, there's just too many ways to get involved with that. Thank you, young Dreamy Bird. I do appreciate that, especially on the days like today where I'm not doing so hot. So I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, no, exactly. It makes the Sumtech androids the super hyper advanced stuff that nobody else has even gotten close to catching up to yet. I'm torn on this. All three of these are kind of good. Exactly, Ross. We were probably going to tie in Data's arc through TNG into the Doctor's arc from Voyager because, frankly, they should have been tied together anyways. The fact that they aren't is just kind of weird. Have some of the progression of the Data that Data is helping to interact with the rest of Starfleet and the research division back on Earth be what leads to the development of this remote-controlled droid. And they're all thinking, well, what the hell... What do we do, that's actually a really good point. That's our only fated thing. Yeah, that's a good point, Jim. I agree with you completely. What do we do with this thing?
You shall find I don't take such rejections lying down.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Because there's just so few practical applications for that technology, except for some really basic stuff. And I would say there's probably probably one major way in... Whoa, Jesus. Homing hearts. High school all over again. One major way in which they started using this technology, and that would be in industry, construction. Oh my god, I'm just getting my ass handed to me here. So they have all these construction bots, effectively, right? Wrecked here, my goodness. And then along comes Zimmerman, right? And Zimmerman's like, what if we could use this for medical purposes? And everyone's like, what? That's stupid, and you're stupid. And he's like, hold up. Because the whole idea here is that a droid, a very, very, very well controlled, very well maintained droid, can be so precise as to effectively push medical science forward another step by being able to get in and do things with the brain or extremely minute surgery in places that are very, very delicate or very, very difficult to operate in, right? Because the whole idea I had is that this medical droid that's going to be the doctor's body is fairly basic, all things considered, except for its hands, which are going to be extraordinarily well designed. Like, I was actually thinking maybe literally visually having it be like the hands look like they were built completely separate from the rest of the droid body, because they are. Like, the rest of the droid body is just a typical construction bot. But these things are like extremely good, extremely precise, and extremely controlled, and thus the doctor could do things like that without relative difficulty. And of course, they probably have some scanners built in, some other fun stuff, but you get the general idea. Or maybe upgrade it as we go, because this is, after all, a prototype.
It is through times of difficulty that the love we share is tested and reforged. But you just watch yourself when testing it like that.
Go to hell, Aphrodite. Alright, so... Wow, those all suck. Okay. Sure. We haven't used summons a lot lately. Oh my god, stop making me have Aphrodite. Okay, whatever. Yeah, exactly. We could still have Zimmerman be in DS9 and there could still be a relevance there. It's just for different purpose. The irony is I was actually thinking that Borg tech might be able to help the Doctor, but I don't want to spoil too much of my plans for the Borg. I mean, there's only one choice here.
Cheers, mate. Who's it going to be? Hi, Meg.
I have to level with you, Zagreus. For all we've been through, never once have I wanted you to meet my sisters.
Can't imagine why not. We had a lovely time getting to know each other. We laughed, we cried. My only regret was that you couldn't be there yourself.
You don't know what you're saying. There's a reason that they're not permitted in the house. Oh, come on. One of us is going back there now.
Probably me, because I have a really bad build right now. And I'm getting pretty tired, too. That's not really the game's fault. I'm tired.
I'll show you.
Another thing, this is one of those games that drags on me a bit because of how much it demands of me, like Smash Brothers or Mortal Kombat did. There's no casualing this game, you know what I mean? Which is arguably a good thing, also arguably a terrible thing. Yeah, we're dead.
You better not have given me this one.
I mean, I kind of did, if we're being honest.
I'll get you for that, Meg.
What? Hey, you keep dying? You happen to run into my brother anywhere out there by any chance? I haven't seen him in ages. What's with the long assignment?
Something about a war. Father sent Thanatos to take stock, but you're right. It's been a while now that you mention it. I guess a lot.
Oops, sorry.
The lounge reopened. Let's see. What else? Anyway, you see my brother out there? You tell him we've got everything here under control.
Everything under control.
Disgraceful.
Sure.
You're much too modest, Lord Achilles, for someone with such a number of heroic deeds and glorious decapitations to his name. You ought to be more like ever boastful Zagreus and talk it up some more.
Oh, fear not, Orpheus. I was quite boastful in my day. And would you look at where it got me? Besides, I've not the imagination to come up with tales as tall as those of our Prince Zagreus.
What can I say? I try.
Also, screw off. Jeez, rude.
Why, I can scarce believe my eyes. Is that you, boy? Cerberus, look who it is. He's back.
Cerberus looks mournfully toward the prince.
No need to drag the dog into this, Father.
Anything you say to me, you say in front of Cerberus. You might even learn a thing or two from him of listening and of obedience.
What's up for barter? Chthonic keys.
You appear to have grown stronger since when we last interacted, child. Your bedroom mirror may
Funny, because I'm actually much weaker right now.
But then, of course, the real cause is you.
Your faith in me means a lot, Nyx.
Fine. One wine for the dog.
Look what I got for you, boy.
As one of Cerberus's heads receives the prince's gift, another muzzles something back into his hand.
Thank you, boy. Let's have a look at the old fated list. How else can I improve?
That looks extraordinarily worthless. Is that just me? Gain wealth based on your current. Like, you gain a percentage of your current gold. Which means the only way you could get gold is to have gold already and to not be spending it. I guess that makes sense if you're going all the way, so you could spend at the end, but for progression, that's terrible. Yeah, we're never doing that. So there's the life one. And that just makes you start at the beginning with some more stuff. So that's nice. Nothing super great, but, you know, it is what it is. That makes sense. Yeah, I think we'll hold off on that for now, but... Curious as I'm... Yeah, that's what I thought.
Other side. I have no more darkness. Phew, felt that. Don't suppose I can talk you into fighting back this time?
Not a chance, boyo. I'm paid to take it, not to dish it out. Now give it to me!
Okay. Excellent.
Just straight up more health. And yeah, that's increasing the health restore, as expected. To Google, I want to look something up really quick here. Let's see. One of the keepsakes is do more damage for each encounter without taking damage. Yeah, that's not for me. I do like burying Oculus in donuts. Tell you what, I'll give you one donut of your choosing. I recommend the lemon crusted ones because those are really good. Oh, that's interesting. The Chaos keepsake might be worth getting. Maybe. I don't know. Honestly, all these keepsakes kind of suck. For me right now, I should clarify. The only one I'm even remotely tempted by is the one from Dionysus. And vaguely the one from Chaos. The purest of all evil. Because, yeah, Dusa just stomps all of these, to be completely blunt. I'm honestly only really using Skelly to level it. In fact, I might just stop. Go back to this and say, screw it.
Should help.
Alright, let's do something. For the sake of testing, let's see what God mode does. Or I guess we could just Google it. Let's Google it. Back to Google. It's just there. So you just start off with a flat 20% DR. Increases by 2% each time a run ends in death. Damage caps at 80%. Yeah. It was patched in, I was right. May turn on and off at any point without consequence. When turned off, you'll lose all stacking resistance, but retain percentage gain until turned on again. Will not lose. That's interesting. Let's try it. In the interest of, and I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can, getting on with it.
Yeah, that one's pretty nice.
Sorry. I actually didn't mean to do that.
Let me see you now for what you truly are. Bye, everyone. Lord Zeus.
Really?
You fight your father's legions with Varatha, the Eternal Spear. The irony must not escape him, for he long ago stood by my side against the Titans with that thing in hand.
Well, that, I don't want any of that, honestly. So, whatever. Let's roll with it. That was fast.
Hit me. Where in the...
Of the great Lord Zeus. He still believes he holds dominion over both heaven and earth. I think perhaps he has forgotten about me.
Probably because you're pure evil. He doesn't want the competition. Getting that early on. Yeah. Like, that's literally the first room. I don't think it's possible for that to be earlier.
Look who. House of Chaos has expired.
I think it's more valid, Evo, to say that what's actually happening is they have the ability to kind of fast forward. That's the wrong way to phrase that. The problem is what they're doing is they're perceiving time in a non-linear fashion, but I don't mean like what you're probably thinking when you hear that.
Done and done. Where now?
Yeah, let's see if we can get a dash. That would be really nice here. Listen, I will never turn on God mode, Croatia. Never! You couldn't pay me enough. You'll have to kill me first, Croatia.
So, nephew, my honored brother Zeus already has endowed you with his thunderous might. Well, you shall soon forget about all that after a taste of this.
Damn. I was really hoping for the dash. Good night, Mr. Red. No, you're right, silly idiot, and I actually agree. I stand by what I said earlier. I feel like at this point, turning on God mode is literally just shrinking the amount of time that I am repeating.
Power of the sea.
Like, it's not like it increases my loot, or my experience gain, or makes me invincible, or anything else. It's just, can we get on with this?
Ahoy, what's new of late?
Yeah.
Hey, Your Highness, anything the matter, or just passing through? Happy that we get to chat like this of late, of course.
Sisyphus, don't take this the wrong way, but why are you helping me? My father stuck you here for an eternity of torment, and even still you greet me with a smile time after time.
Come now, Prince Ed, that's just the way I am. Besides, you're not your father, thank the gods. You always seemed a decent lad to me, and if you're saying you want out of here, why, I suppose I can relate, is all.
And yeah, exactly. I can and hopefully will turn that mode back off once the game gets to the point where I'm not...
Yeah.
While I'm playing it. Anyways, so...
Oh, God.
Security.
Made them mad.
I could do that, silly idea. I will take it under advisement. I kind of wish I'd known that 20 seconds ago when I just got a Poseidon thing, but that's okay. It's okay. We're all okay here. Everything's okay. I'm the idiot who didn't want to get any of the deity ones. Oh, right, this is a survive. No wonder there's so many enemies. It's like something I'm playing a Diablo game.
I trust they inconvenienced you at least.
Honestly, not really, buddy. I mean, Dad. I do have a decent amount of gold, probably because I was just shredding through that nonsense. So, okay. The simplest and easiest way to explain what the echoes do is to explain it like this. Imagine, if you can, for a moment, Evo, that you have the ability to tell your past self in totality with perfect information everything that you have gone through, like up to, you know, a few minutes ago, maybe a few days, depending Yada yada. Your reach back is pretty limited, but you can just do that. It's not traditional time travel because no one is traveling through time, but information is traveling through time, and therefore that's why it's kind of a little bit of a variance. And obviously this does alter the timeline, except it doesn't because that's not how that works. What's this? Is my package delivered? Is it here? It's a little late if it's here. It is super not here. That's fine. That's cool. That's cool. I'm cool. Yes, I know, Aquas. Hurry. I knew that anyways, but thank you. The problem is what we're actually talking about, Evo, is 3 different layers of temporal interaction that are all happening simultaneously because of how the stack is working. So one iteration happens, then another, and all of that always happened. If that makes any sense. Take some gems. Whoops. I actually didn't mean to do that, but whatever. I guess we're getting the Chaos Gate next. What ifs? Let's do it.
I can use this.
That's what extra blessing that, since I'm kind of stuck with it. It's working out okay. It's working out okay. Listen, we'll get to Chaos at some point. I don't like Aphrodite, and I don't want any of her abilities, so honestly, you know what? No.
One Fury Sister coming up.
That's true.
Electo.
Oh, finally. Good job, Red Blood. You made it all this way. But I have got to send you back to Daddy now. Nothing personal.
Wish you could join me, Electo. Want me to put in a good word with Father next time so you can come visit us at the house yourself?
Oh, you know, I'd rather have my eyes put out, but thanks for offering. Now, time to head on home.
She's psyching up.
So, let me try to phrase it this way. Let me just give you an example, okay? Let's say that you, in real life, are like, I want to go and get... you want to go to a restaurant. I don't know what restaurants are around there, but there's a restaurant. You're like, you know, I really want to try this place out. So you try the falafels. And they're terrible. You're like, oh, man, that's awful. So what you do is you rewind time slightly by a few minutes. All right, cool. Screw those falafels. I got something much better in mind. This time, I'm going to try out the hash browns. Oh, yeah, hash browns. Delicious hash browns. Oh, they're so good. They're really good, but honestly, maybe you shouldn't have wasted the money on that. Hang on. So you rewind time a second time. And you say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and have the waffles. The waffles are good. And then you move forward and everything's cool.
Good.
So in other words, let's look at this from the zoomed out perspective, for lack of a better way to put it. You were always going to do all 3 of those interactions. So you did. Does that make sense? It's kind of a nesting thing. It's like Javan, for example.
Looks handy.
So now let's go see our Chaos Gate.
next floor.
While we're going up, thank you, Jobin. Always appreciate you. Of course, Eva.
Love that sulfur smell.
After all, you already always did all 3 interactions. So I have to jot that down for dealer's choice. There we go. Which is just, it's just WoW. We're just gonna stream nothing but WoW from now on. I'm joking, guys.
I can take it. In the name of Hades.
I don't want any of those. We'll do that one.
You shall have it.
I mean, if your day is going to be ruined by some bad falafels, that's pretty impressive. Maybe we need to have some of that Imperial Counseling get out there. Like, listen, Evo, we're concerned about your mental health.
What's going on? You look like you're in a rush, though there's always time for a quick snack, right?
Oh god, I'm so hungry. Alright, so we have like 1 boon. So, yeah. We'll take the nectar.
That can be arranged.
Feeling better already.
Thanks, by the way.
Bye.
But yes. All 3 interactions always happen. You always retain the memory of all of them. Etc, etc, etc. And the only reason Echoes could even do that is because they're different. They kind of bypass the usual rules of everything. Like Russ over there, who's just like, you know what, I'm just going to give Laura $150. He keeps whining about being so hungry. Sorry, I'll shut up about it. Hopefully this Friday I'll be able to start eating something a little bit more substantial. Correct, Evo. That's absolutely correct. Any mental impact of anything that happened will always be. Or to put this into slightly different terms, let's assume for a moment that you get run over by a car. Well, you rewind a bit so that you dodge out of the way and no longer get run over by the car. But you still remember that. This also applies to death, consequently. Although it's more like physical death, but you get the idea. Thank you, Russ. Yeah, let's move away from the sound there. It's letting me. There we go. I do always appreciate that support very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Especially with all the bills I've got lately, I definitely appreciate it. And that's going towards the Zelda block, the Metroid block, and Pokemon Arceus. Thank you.
Stop him, wretches. You lived through all of that.
Thank you, Father.
Not quite, Evo. I'm describing it really badly, and I know that, and I apologize, but I don't really have a good way to explain it properly. It makes sense in my head. Does that help? I'm going to go back to the example I already used. If you decide to go to the restaurant and get those falafels, it's not like you knew that you were eventually going to get the waffles. It's just that you went there to get the falafels,
Of course.
changed your mind, and tried something else. It's also pretty taxing to do in general. So it's not the kind of thing you'd probably do for something like falafels, to be completely honest. This would have been in place for Chick-fil-A. We have gotten nothing boon-wise. One death. Yeah, you experience it in linear progression. Most everyone else does not. From the perspective of an outsider, like, say, the waiter at the aforementioned restaurant, they see you walk in, consider and say, on second thought, I'll have the waffles. And that's what they see. That's their acknowledgement or understanding of events.
Hey, that's the Eternal Spear Varatha, isn't it? Your father used to use that, didn't he? A bit ornate for hunting, but a spear's a spear, is what I like to say.
Yeah, we're not doing much damage either. The spear special sucks, so we'll go with that one.
Let's hunt some dead.
Speaking of falafels, yes, I know that's not a falafel. I actually don't like falafels. I like saying it, but I don't like eating it. You do it, experience it, rewind, and then you can do it beyond the quote-unquote grave. Well, okay, let me walk that back a second. So if something somehow actually erases you from existence as an echo, then you can't rewind because you're dead. But if someone destroys your body, that's probably pretty traumatic, and you're going to feel every moment of that death. But you are going to keep going because you don't have a physicality to speak of. No, actually, even that's not quite true. Let me walk that back again. It depends. It's hard to kill an echo, let me just put it that way. It's possible. Okay, let me put this into video game terms. Does that sound cool, Evo? I'm sure that's the best way to discuss something in lore. So let's say that you're playing an echo. Let's say you're running around, dashing, and attacking with 3 spears at once while shooting lightning all over the place. But let's say you die! Oh no! So what happens the moment you die is you then roll a willpower save. Because what has to happen... yeah, no chance. What has to happen is you have to retain your sense of self. You have to focus past all the pain and the torment and the experience of dying in order to maintain yourself. To put this into very simplistic terms, you still have HP, but it's primarily connected to your mind, not your body. So, it is actually possible if you fail the will save. If you lose mental cohesion, then you lose cohesion. Let's go with this one.
Peace and quiet.
I was debating it, honestly, silly idea. Coverage, you know. 4 euros. I would kill for a good euro right now. There's actually a good euro place that delivers around here. In what situation can you lose cohesion? Will you ever get particularly distracted to the point where you can't think straight? Because that could do it. Hi, Karen. Yeah, I think I'm gonna gamble.
Care to provide me any insight as to just what sort of hideous monstrosity awaits me over on the next infernal island, Charon mate? That bad, huh?
Good talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna gamble.
I can use this.
Yep. Epic hangover. Abso-freaking-lutely. Gimme. Gimme. I will now use special. Now, you know how I can tell I'm tired? Because I thought that was replacing this attack, not this attack. It's my bad. I'm the one who wasn't reading. So, let me put to you this way, Evil. Let's say for some circumstance you... Jesus, let's say that you were like, hey, I'm being turned into an echo. Now, in no way do I mean this as an unkindness, but there's a decent chance you would just decohese immediately. Or perhaps more accurately, you would never cohese. An echo exists entirely based on their will. And if you don't concentrate, always, you don't be. Now, it's not that hard to concentrate, really. You get the idea. Actually, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, for those of you familiar with Forgotten Realms, if you are a native in the Astral Sea, or the Astral Plane or whatever, you exist as long as you think you exist. If something interrupts that, well, you've got a problem. And of course, again, to bring it back into stat terms, damage can interrupt that. After all, damage is rather distracting. No, that's not what I meant, Evo. I meant it's not that hard. I meant the DC, the difficulty check, for the willpower save to concentrate is not that high. I'm not saying that everybody can't concentrate. Can't concentrate, whatever you want to do. Oh, that is awful. At some point, yeah, you will probably roll a 1 at some point. Although, in typical D&D's fashion, not everything requires a roll. After all, you don't think all that much about how often you breathe.
And don't come back. I'll take that.
That was messy and terrible.
No paradise awaits you, boy.
I'm sure it's fine. Purge boons for
So I didn't actually mean to get this. We're gonna have to turn that into money.
Why not?
And instead of a Dionysus thing, we're gonna get a pure evil thing. That is correct, Jovan, and I don't think I've ever written an Echo that's lived longer than about 100 years.
I'm
not saying it's impossible, it's just, you know.
Shrouded river of forgetfulness, Lethe. flows through the hallowed chambers of Elysium, numbing old pains and memories of the most noble shades residing there.
I'll have to give them new pains to recall. Let me
You don't have to, but, you know, whatever. Alright, pure evil, let me have it.
In the name of Hades.
Oh, absolutely, John. I understand completely. I've actually debated a couple of times how anchoring would work for an echo. Because hypothetically it should, but I would need to think about the specifics to figure out what would work and why, you know? I'm really tempted by a trophic strike. It's one of these two. I'm probably going to get one of these two. Because I dash strike all the time, and I, you know, attack all the time. I should probably just go with attack.
It should be interesting.
I'm going to go with boring. Boring mode engaged. Now to die on the first encounter in this place because of shield guys. I hate the traps in here so much. Your attention about the game, by the way, Evo. Like, you mentioned you were invested to keep going. What was it that invested you? Anybody who wants to answer that question, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, I'll take, well... yeah, I'm gonna take the health. I'm not doing so hot, and I'm getting stomped. And there's suicide bombers, so, you know. We're making cat noises? Good news is I was going to cut off stream in a few minutes here anyways. Oh my god, why are there so many enemies in this frickin' area? This is part of that padding thing I was talking about earlier. I noticed it the first time I got to Elysium, too. Way more health and way more enemy spawns. Across the board, really.
Chaos has evolved.
Oh yeah, I do more damage now. Yay. I do like doing more damage. No, I agree, Javan, and I agree with Omega Cow over there. I think I'm just behind the curve, despite having played for 10 hours now. Well, let's hope for a friggin' dash, even though I don't think I can take this fight.
Soul-sucking butterflies.
No, thank you. Damage resistance gained. Because you suck.
Each time I die like that, I come back stronger.
What? Looks like you just got pounded down by an exalted...
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Be strong.
18. We have made 18 runs so far. Oh well. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be playing this without my headphones in. So this time they'll actually deliver my goddamned package. I hope you all have enjoyed.